Second.
All in favor? Aye. We're in closed session. Thank you.
No, I just went back. I can't see. Wait, is that, that's where their video tape is?
From closest week to public school committee members that I ever had in my entire career. Yes, I have, sir. About budget and what I got on the docket tonight.
Jen, I'll be down, I'll come get you. Okay, thank you. And Dave.
Huh? Yeah, I'm sure you are. Don't forget me when you leave, please. If anything opens up. I'm sorry to say that, but you know. So somebody called this person. It's out lead testing.
Yeah.
They called the company and were asking their questions. I'm up there. Not yet? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I was getting all sorts of flack because we didn't send them a budget early and all sorts of stuff. Like, it's early and stuff. You guys never had. I remember coming to the first budget meeting and getting all that.
Yep.
Right now, it's already out. Before the presentation.
Yep. International good.
It's right here.
It's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to keep it moving, you know what I mean?
There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
You just typed in some weird. Are you? Really?
Speaking of the mood,
I didn't do anything.
I know. I can help you because I don't feel like you're approaching. Hey, Systematically.
Huh?
Systematically.
I would never do such a thing.
still 5:46 p.m. on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. Are we getting anything? Okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. It is now 5:47 p.m. on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. Testing the microphone equipment for today's school committee meeting. How am I sounding over there? Okay. It is now 5:47 p.m. on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. Testing the microphone equipment for today's school committee meeting. How am I sounding over there? Okay, testing one more time. Hopefully this is the last one for the night. Okay. Hi, me again. It is now 5:50 p.m. on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. We are still testing out the audio equipment for tonight's school committee meeting.
inconvenient for many. I don't think I need that, but thank you, Mr. Cousineau. Just want to apologize. They will be with us shortly. Just a few more minutes. Again, severe apologies, and thank you for your patience this evening. Thank you. Please continue.
There we go. Thank you. We will call the meeting to, hello? It's on. It's not working. Hello? Okay. Hello? That's better. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. More than appreciate it. So we call this meeting to order at 7:56. We could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we sit, I would just like to remain standing. I'd like to just do some moments of silence for some people in the community that we've lost. First is Mr. Mike Gaffney, who was a longtime teacher and guidance counselor at Tollgate and a winning and very progressive hockey coach. Mary Pendergast, longtime Warwick teacher and longtime president of Warwick Teachers Union. Two students, Joey Andrade, 17 years old, who was known to the Norwood, Scott, Holloman, and Winman families. And today we lost Navaya DeLance, a 6th grader at Winman. So just a moment. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm looking for a vote to seal the minutes of executive session.
Motion to seal the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Votes taken. Were there any votes taken? No votes taken. No votes were taken in executive session. On to recognitions. This is the fun stuff. First is Mr. McCaffrey, the National NELMS, whatever that means, Annual Master in the Middle Award to Dr. Catherine Hawthorne Kochek.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
first of all, I want to let you know that this is my favorite part of the meeting, and I'm so proud that Warwick has so many students and staff to recognize at each meeting. This shows that everyone goes above and beyond, and I thank you all, and I am so proud of all of you. So, Mr. McCaffrey.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Unfortunately, Dr. Kochek is not with us this evening. However, I would like to acknowledge Principal Haywood. This evening, we have two colleagues from Winman that have been awarded honors within the professional areas from the New England League of Middle Schools. The New England League of Middle Schools has 300 member schools and more than 15,000 individual members in 6 New England states. They pride themselves on offering specific content information, instructional strategies, effective leadership, and organizational practices and problem solving to member schools. Through collaboration, they support school improvement, student outcomes, and the development solutions for success. At this time, I would ask Mr. Haywood to come forward. It's my pleasure. Nope, there he is. There you are. Congratulations. It's my pleasure to recognize Adam Haywood, principal of Winman, for being awarded the annual A+ Administrator Award from the New England League of Middle Schools. Congratulations, Mr. Haywood. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Kathleen Hawthorne Kochek. Dr. Kochek of Winman is being awarded the annual Master in Middle Award from the New England League of Middle Schools. Congratulations, Dr. Kochek.
I would like to ask Director Kuzno to come down to make the next presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent Danbrook, Chairperson Testa, School Committee. I'm here tonight on behalf of the elementary department. We are ecstatic to recognize 2 of our 13 amazing elementary school principals. While each and every one of them is unique in their own way, we are first recognizing Mr. Gary McCombs. Gary is the principal at Hoxie Elementary School, and Gary is being awarded tonight with the 2023 Junior Achievement Educator of the Year Award. Junior Achievement, for those of you that are not aware, work in many of our elementary schools, and it is a program that inspires and prepares our young people to succeed in a global economy. And what they do is they come out to our buildings. They've all been vetted and fingerprinted, and they work well with our students and our teachers. And Gary's school works in partnership with Brown University and their wrestling team. They do JA for the Day, where these volunteers work in the classrooms. They work on money and economy and life skills, and they just do it in a fun and entertaining way. So we'll be celebrating with Mr. McCombs next Thursday night on May 4th. They'll be having a ceremony for him that we'll be at, but we'll be remiss if we don't recognize him tonight. So could I have Mr. McCombs please join us? Congrats, Gary. The second elementary award goes to Dr. Sabrina Antonelli at Norwood School. And Dr. Antonelli was recognized at a ceremony at Norwood School, and thank you to some school committee members and other community members who joined us. We were at Norwood School for a secret ceremony on April 5th, just before April vacation, when we scooped Dr. Antonelli away at a fake meeting, and where we had all of her staff and students join us for a ceremony when she returned. She is being awarded through the RIASP, the Rhode Island Association of School Principals, and Bob Littlefield with the highest award for an elementary principal. It's kind of like the Oscars for principals. So she's being awarded Principal of the Year. And Sabrina was nominated. There was a rigorous process and an application and interviews, and it was a very lengthy process for all the great things that she has started and continues to work with her staff and students at Norwood School. She works in a program called Recess Rocks, which I know very well. I worked through that program as well, where you try to put some structure around a very unstructured time of day. A lot of training goes into that. She's the first and probably the only elementary school that does Girls on the Run to promote running and exercise and a healthy mind, healthy body for some of the girls at Norwood School. She's most proud of her Unified Champion program that she does with some of her Special Olympic colleagues and athletes. More recently, we've been working on an Innovative Spaces grants, and her grant space is looking amazing, and we are excited to kick that off as well. And she has a new partnership with the GAM Theater, in which they do some drama therapy, and she's going to be doing some after-school camp type programs. So that's just a little snippet of the great things going on at Norwood School. So I'd love Dr. Antonelli, and her husband and her daughter are here tonight, so that's the cutie pie over here. So we'd like Dr. Antonelli to come up first, and then we'll invite her family up as well. After you.
Thank you. Okay, one more.
Congratulations, Dr. Antonelli.
At this time, I'd like to call down Principal Caleri to recognize Marissa Hudson for the Presidential Award for the Excellence of Teaching Mathematics and Science. One of my colleagues told me that we are a district that received the most state finalists and award winners in this category, which is the most prestigious award that a teacher can receive.
Good evening, school committee members, chair. It is my great pleasure and honor to let you know that Marissa Hudson is being recognized as a state finalist in the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. Marissa Hudson is instrumental in our computer science pathway program. She has gone above and beyond and taken extra classes at her own expense to enhance the educational process for our students. She has made math and computer programming and science of that fun for our kids. She has facilitated field trips so kids can get hands-on experience, and has educated them on different pathways for them to take after they leave. Marissa is one of the best teachers I have ever had the honor to work with in my 30-plus years in education. And central office stole her, but I'm not bitter at all. So it gives me great, great pleasure to award this to Marissa Hudson tonight.
At this time, I'd like to call down Principal Haywood, who will be recognizing Julie Connors Costello for the finalists in the National History Teacher of the Year Award. So, Mr. Haywood.
Good evening, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I am here this evening to speak about one of the members of our school community. During my reign at Windman Middle School, Ms. Connors Costello, or Miss Cece, as she is affectionately known by the Windman community, has been deeply committed to growing the National History Day for not only the students in Warwick, but across the whole state of Rhode Island. Mrs. Cece is always eager to talk about History Day. She works with social studies teachers to ensure that students are given opportunities to present topics and ideas that are important to them. In the classroom, Mrs. Cece encourages students to ask questions and discover the answers on their own. Mrs. Cece's favorite topic to teach is the American Revolution. She brings current events into the conversation and connects them back to past and historic events when possible. She often makes connections between the real world situations and scenarios. It is my pleasure to announce that Julie Cece has been nominated in the junior division of the National History Day contest. This award is to honor Rhode Island teachers who have been deeply committed to growing the National History Day curriculum in their classrooms and coaching their students in growing critical thinking, deep research, and presentation skills that the program highlights. Ms. Cece.
Now I would like to call down all members of the school committee. We will be recognizing the Pilgrim Girls Division State basketball champions. I'm so proud of all of you. This is an amazing accomplishment that you won the state champions. So. At this time, I'll be calling Mr. Ricks up to honor them and hand out certificates.
Good evening, Chairman Testa and fellow school committee members. I'm excited tonight to be here to honor our Lady Patriots girls basketball team and speak a little bit about their accomplishments this year. This season, the girls finished with an overall record of 16-6. And considering that the program didn't win a game in 2021 and won 6 games last year, this is quite an improvement and accomplishment. You ladies should be really proud of yourselves. So in addition to their record, they earned the designation of co-division champions as well as Division III state champions. The last time a Pilgrim girls basketball team won a championship was during the 95-96 season. For those of you that don't know, this is the first year for Kate Rochelle as the head coach, and the first person she hired was Hannah French, a former Pilgrim Patriot, who I had the pleasure to watch play also, and she was relentless on defense, and the two of them brought that defensive prowess to what they were teaching the girls. It was great to watch this year. So they did a great job in the first year at the helm, certainly. And Kate brought in a veteran presence to the bench, Mike Rochelle. He served as the volunteer coach, and he was a valuable part of the coaching staff. In addition to the team success, there were also several young ladies that received individual honors. Gianna Ramos was first team All-Class. Maya Coffey was second team All-Class. Faith Mead, second team All-Class. Jenna Madden, third team All-Class. Kara Maha, honorable mention. Gianna Ramos was all-academic team, and Maddie McQueenie was all-academic team. At this time, we'd like to call the team up to present them with their citations to recognize their accomplishments this past year. The first player we'd like to honor is senior Faith Mead. We're going by your number, ladies. Number 2, senior Haley Link. Number 4, junior Kiara Maha. Freshman, number 5, Sierra Fahat. Number 12, a senior, Madison McQueenie. Number 13, a junior, Kylie Strain. Number 14, a senior, Gianna Ramos. Number 20, a sophomore, Layla Vopalo. Did I get it right? Okay, cool. Number 21, a junior, Amaya Coffey. Number 22, a sophomore, Lily Hall. Number 23, a junior, Ariana Keebler. Number 24, a freshman, Avery Marquis. Number 30, a sophomore, Sloan Hogan. Number 31, a junior, Jenna Madden. Our senior scorekeeper, Jenna Lucia. Assistant coach, Mike Rochelle. assistant coach Hannah French, and our head coach Caitlin Rochelle. Congratulations, ladies. Well done.
You could have said Sloan Evans, that's fine.
Don't forget they won,
She's not on it?
they won a game in the Open tournament.
I couldn't even see it there. I was like,
They won a game in the Yeah, kneel down.
and let's not forget you won a game in the state open tournament, ladies. Quite an accomplishment.
You know? You think? It is. So good to do the positive things, right? Huh? You hungry? Me too. We should get food after this. Right? I'm good with that. Kids are gonna be in school in the morning. They're out late all the time.
Okay, next on the agenda is public comment on agenda items. Public comment is limited to 30 minutes, 2 minutes per person. Comment shall not contain inappropriate or salacious remarks. I don't expect that, so. Just please state your name when you come to the microphone. Thank you.
How about that? Figured that out. Good evening, school committee, members, Superintendent Danbrook, administrators, and friends in the audience. Mary Townsend, special ed teacher assistant, 41 years, Warwick Public Schools, and the Wise Union president. I just want to make one comment and not trying to be fresh. A lot of those girls have state testing tomorrow, so maybe that we can put students first when we do recognitions. I know you're looking at me funny. But anyway, that's the end of that. I did want to come up tonight and speak about the Early Learning Center. We all know I spent 32 years in preschool. I take great pride in my time working in preschool programs in the district. Our Early Learning Center is exploding with children, staff. It is an amazing place, and for anybody who hasn't worked in preschool or has worked in a private place, there's nothing like seeing what happens in those walls. Every classroom is full of little people who need all the help they can possibly get to get through the course of a day, and great staff that are providing that support. I know that Julie stepped in at a time when the Early Learning Center really needed someone to come and reunite them. But now with her resignation, I think it is extremely important that the Early Learning Center be staffed appropriately with the right kind of people that can support all those little people, all those students, all those staff. We know we need LEAs, we need every single aspect of administrative support that they can get. So I would just like to, I noticed it on the agenda. You know, to me, it's not about titles or anything else, but it is about providing administrative support to the Early Learning Center that will support the learning of all our little children, because that's where we make, it's our first line of offense. 3 years down the road, those students may very well be walking through the doors of their kindergarten programs with the least amount of assistance. And for those that need a little more, it's still probably going to be less than if they didn't receive what they received at our Early Learning Center. Thank you.
I have a comment on the number 7 item on the agenda, the school project. Let me begin by saying that, in my opinion, I feel that the administration and Mr. Testa have been less than transparent and honest throughout this entire process of the school construction.
Excuse me one second, Mr. Cody. Can you just identify yourself first, please?
Rob Cody, Ward 7.
Thank you.
I feel that the administration and Mr. Testa have been less than transparent and honest throughout the entire construction process, and that the dishonesty and deceptiveness continues, with Mr. Testa failing to release the peer review on the schools. But the question is why? And the answer is that they have not released these documents because both Mr. Testa, Ms. Danbrook, and Mr. Gothberg all know that now, as I told everybody last March, that you will never be able to build these schools as presented for the $350 million that you boasted in your campaign to build these schools. The peer review will show that the schools that you sold the general public with 503,000 square feet of 21st century learning and the amenities cannot be built, and now you're in the process of shrinking the footprint and reducing the amenities that you sold to the public, which they voted on. That's why you won't release these documents to the public, and I feel that's very disingenuous. You will use the term value engineering to try to impress the public. The problem that I have is that you folks don't know the meaning of the term value engineering from a construction perspective. What that term means, very simply, is when you have a conceptual design that you sell to the public, and then after you are deeply involved in that project and you realize it's impossible to build as sold to the public, you look for ways to cut the building down. That's value engineering, and in my profession, I have watched it firsthand for many, many years on school projects. The 2 members of this committee that were on it last March and this administration should be ashamed of themselves for lying and deceiving the public throughout the process, and doing it quite well, as a matter of fact. From the $74 million in errors in the original Stage 2 document to the supplemental document that was issued with the surprise $11.7 million bonding fee that no one knew about, it's clearly obvious that with your history of errors and deception, you will not change course, and your decisions will ultimately be cause for seniors and folks on fixed incomes to be forced out of the city. The monumental errors that the Warwick School Department and past school committees have made is why the Barton-Gilman report referred to you all as a fiscal train wreck. This failure has also compromised the quality of life in the city of Warwick, and all in the name of 23% proficiency in mathematics. It's really shameful. As evidenced by the fact that this committee is making decisions on in excess of $500 million this year, combined with those construction costs, and that the general public is not allowed to ask fiscal questions in public, is disgraceful and shows quite clearly your eagerness to deceive. This year, $2,650 of my property tax dollars went to the school department, and for that I can't ask any questions on the finances of the school and the school department. I can only ask a 2-minute comment. That is disgraceful, and you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Hi, my name is Tara Lavasser. I'm in Ward 1. I'm a concerned parent and taxpayer. Once again, I come to you with a concern of your policies, your transparency that you all promoted when you ran for your candidacy. KAB, Parent and Family Engagement. Number 1 policy, your policy states parent and family engagement. However, number 10, you want to erase conducts with the engagement of parents and families as annual evaluation of the content and effectiveness of the parental engagement policy. Just taking that away. Okay, that's number one of that. Take away erasing, including providing information in school reports in the format and the extent in a language parents understand. Let me ask you why. You have children in the school. Why would you take that away? Why do you continue to take away family involvement? You didn't let us know about Panorama. You didn't let us know about the behavioral report cards. You still didn't let anyone know. That is why there was only 20% opt-out, because families are still contacting me because they did not know. The third survey was not opt-outable. My daughter had to go home sick because I opted her out of 2 of the surveys, and the third one she couldn't opt out of. The teacher then told me, "We don't know what we're going to do with you because your mother sent in a letter." But it wasn't an opt-out survey. You told us they were all opt-out. You lied. I have sat here last year and this year and begged you for transparency. I have sat in curriculum director meetings begging for transparency. My daughter is in a program I have been begging to be opted out of, and now you're erasing policy that engages me as a parent? Why? My question is, why? You do this behind the scenes. You don't let any parents know what you're planning to do. You don't read the policies during first or second read. And you do this behind the scenes. Agenda item, Project Aware, you're hiring a mental coordinator. Were you going to tell the parents what Project Aware was, or should I? Should I tell the parents of Warwick that Project Aware is RIDE partnering with DCYF to come into the schools? Because you didn't tell the parents of Warwick what Project Aware was. I found out by doing research. I called RIDE. I called the DCYF supervisor, that is a friend of mine, and found out that RIDE is partnering with DCYF, which is called Project Aware. Were you going to tell the parents of Warwick this? No, it's not even on your agenda that you were going to discuss it. You were just on your agenda saying you were going to hire a mental coordinator. Do you know school psychologists in RIDE only have their bachelor's degrees? They cannot practice outside in Bradley or outside a school setting? It is true. I called RIDE. It is true. They only have their certificate and a bachelor's degree. They cannot practice in a clinical setting. You show me a school psychologist that can practice in Bradley. Can you practice in Bradley?
School psychology.
You have more than just your bachelor's degree?
Okay, let's, Ms. Lavasser.
So number 6, on RIDE's Project Aware. Schools will have the ability to immediately identify students and respond to their needs if they exhibit behavioral psychological signs of severity indicating the need of clinical intervention. RIDE, DCYF, and 3 LEAs, along with partners, will have the capacity to connect with in schools, communities, and increase engagement and involvement planning, implementing behavioral health and prevention programs, SMIs and SEDs. When were you going to tell the city of Warwick that RIDE was connecting with DCYF and partnering and coming into our schools? You have no transparency with families. This is why we're leaving and going to private schools and homeschooling.
My name is Darlene Netko, a lifelong resident of Warwick, a homeowner, taxpayer, voter, teacher of 35 years, president of the Warwick Teachers Union. I just want to Second, what Mary Townsend said earlier about the need for these two leadership positions at Welk. We know what a good job Julie Martin did over there, but we also know, because most of Welk is special ed, we do need someone who is certified in special ed as a leader of that building to be able to be the LEA at all of the IEP meetings that need to be held in that building. So we need a principal with a proper certificate to be able to run the school as a, as a regular school. So that's a good, I think those two positions, and I think the teachers at Welk would agree that those two positions are needed. And I also see, number 7 on the list, the new high schools. It is true that for many years, the school department deferred maintenance on the buildings in this district. It is also true that for a number of years, going back to about 2009, 2010, the city has underfunded the schools. Back due to the quote-unquote Great Recession, Teresa Paiva-Weed in the Senate and Gordon Fox in the House passed a one-time only bill giving cities and towns the ability to underfund their schools by up to 5% below the maintenance of effort. Warwick was the only city or town to underfund by the full 5% and never give it back. And one of our previous finance directors once calculated that we were losing about $5 million a year based on that. And so if you go, say, roughly 2010 till now, that's over $50 million. Then plus, let's not forget that back in 2006, the voters of this city voted for a $26 million bond for schools that a previous mayor held on to, until a previous school committee chair made a Faustian bargain and agreed to pay the interest on that bond in exchange for having that money released. And that interest amounted to about $1.5 million a year for a number of years. So probably 55 million plus 15 million maybe in that interest that this school department had to pay out of its budget. It's about maybe $70 million the schools should have had. And let's not forget, the school district closed, consolidated, laid off, cut positions. At this point, I don't even, I have no figure off the top of my head to tell you how many teaching positions were lost or how many WISE union positions were lost, but there were quite a few. Buildings were closed, and yet, because we need these new schools and the voters passed a bond, we are still hearing arguments why we can't have these new schools. Pilgrim has outlived its natural life in many ways, not least of which is its electrical capacity. Tollgate, we happen to be in Tollgate tonight. I know I saw Ms. Hazel Wood and Ms. Kirby Chapman the other day taking a tour. They saw my indoor classroom, no windows, some kind of huge ventilation, quote-unquote ventilation system that doesn't work, just some kind of big box that sometimes makes noise in the room. These schools need to be replaced. What the public might not be aware of is that the school department did do its due diligence over a number of years and calculated that the two high schools were the two schools that, instead of being repaired, needed to be replaced. And then let's not forget that RIDE itself said, once the previous school committee voted just to refurbish Pilgrim and Tollgate, RIDE came back and said, we're not going to reimburse you any money if you just refurbish it. You need to build new schools. And so the school committee did do its due diligence and did put up a plan for the voters to vote on. And a previous speaker mentioned that Barton-Gilman report, and I've said it before. I can point out numerous problems with that Barton-Gilman report. These selective comparisons, the hyperbole, the in general, everything that's, I don't want to go into all the details, but it's wrong. And plus, it's based now on data from 2017-18. It was presented to the city and the schools in December 2019. It is out of date. To even bring that up is a fallacious argument. So I am hoping that during the update on the high schools that we hear some good news. I did go to the last city council meeting. On the agenda, they had a resolution to pass, to send to the legislature to extend the requirements for being, for the project, the stages of the project and for the reimbursement. That's fine. That's all well and good. But we need to get this project going. The longer you wait, the more expensive it's going to be. It's not getting any cheaper. So I don't know what needs to be done, but this needs to move forward, and we need to break ground, and we need to get going. And let's not forget, it's all because the kids of this city deserve the proper school facilities to learn in. They can't learn in a room with no windows and no air and so on at 100 degrees and so on and so forth. And that's, you know, that's just one example of the room in the system. And, you know, this summer, the school department held a forum at the Crown Plaza. An extensive panel made presentations. You had someone, there was someone from RIDE who very clearly explained this process and how Warwick was doing. There was someone from the business community, from the real estate community, saying, we need these new schools that will bring more people into the city and bring more taxes into the city and bring more vibrancy and life into the city. So I am all in favor of the high schools. I voted for them, and I would like to see this city move that bond forward. Thank you.
Good evening, school committee members, administration, fellow audience. I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Thanks, Dave. Nikki Green, district lead math interventionist at Holloman, 26, almost 27 years. I'm here tonight just to say thank you for recognizing excellence in education, both with our teachers, with our administration. The work that we do is hard. The climate is hard because a lot of people think otherwise, or they look at our test scores. But the work that is being done, and we are making great strides. And many of you have been in the schools. I've seen you, or I've seen you visiting other schools. And give us some time. You will see the change. It's coming. But I do want to talk a little bit about the Presidential Award, because I don't think many know how prestigious this award is. It was established in 1983. The Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching are among the highest honors bestowed by the United States government, specifically for K-12 science, technology, engineering, and mathematics teaching. The awards were established by Congress in 1983. The president may recognize up to 108 exemplary teachers each year. Each state gets to nominate one math and one science. The award recognizes those teachers who have both deep content knowledge of the subjects they teach and the ability to motivate and enable students to be successful in those areas. Since the program's inception, more than 5,200 teachers have been recognized for their contributions in the classroom and to their profession. Now here's what's the really cool part. Warwick, over the years since 1983, has had 13, I might make lucky number 13, 13 national awardees. Our district has the most in the state that have received this recognition. Some of those teachers are now admin or have moved on or have retired, but they started here in Warwick, and that's still lucky number 13. And I wish Marissa all the best, as her application is now going to be sent to DC to be judged by a panel of mathematicians, scientists, and educators at the national level. Let's wish her luck as she is selected, hopefully, as lucky number 14. I'm also up here because I see how hard our teachers work, and they're doing some amazing things in math and science. So you elementary teachers, you're up in the fall. Some of you, I've spoke to you. I know you're probably watching from home. I'm coming for you. Please, parents, if you're watching and you have an amazing teacher in math or science, nominate them. The nomination process is simple. They have to do most of the hard work. It is a very rigorous application process, very similar to national boards, where a video is required, a very extensive reflection of 5 questions needs to be answered, a resume, all good stuff. And if anyone of our teachers needs support, they all know how to find me. So thank you again for honoring our excellent teachers, and we're very lucky to have them. Thank you.
Jeremy Langell, Warwick, neck parent. I'm so sorry. I'll keep it brief. I know it's late, and we haven't even gotten started. I just wanted to say, to come and say how supportive I am of the agenda items for the history curriculum. I'm looking forward to seeing those passed today. I was very impressed in my reading through them, not only because of our talented faculty, but because they do a very good job of developing critical thinkers. History is complicated, right? In our greatest moments, we also have our not so great moments, right? The Constitution and the Declaration of Independence are beautiful documents, and they hold us to high ideals. And at the same time, we were enslaving people, right? And so when we study history, we have to know that, right? We have to talk about all the parts of who we are. And I think that this curriculum as laid out allows our teachers to do that. It allows them to help train critical thinkers who know how to engage primary text and can do that in a fair way. And I'll just say one more thing why this is so important to me. When I went to public school in Pasadena, California, and my 7th grade history teacher was a Japanese American who had been interned in an internment camp during World War II. And when we were covering that section, our history textbook didn't cover it all, but he did, because that was his experience. And it brought home for me how important it was to learn that, and how important it was to know that in the midst of that major conflict, there were so many things happening. Later in high school, I had an opportunity I was in Poland for a couple weeks on a trip with my church. And one of those days we went to Auschwitz, which is just outside of Krakow. And the only reason I mention that is, again, it was an intersectional moment for me, right? There was the academic history part, but then there was the emotional and the social piece. And it all came together in it's an experience that there are no words to do that, to go and do that experience. But I could do that because I went to a public school that, had a commitment to teaching history fairly, to diving into its complexity, and that was my public school that did that. So I just wanted to offer my support for those curriculum, and I hope to see them passed tonight. Thank you.
Michael Freitas, Warwick Health Equity Zone Director of the Warwick Substance Abuse Task Force. I apologize for my appearance. I came right from coaching a baseball game today, so, but I just want to talk about, I was sitting over there and I wanted to lend some of my knowledge and expertise on how grants work, because there are a lot of people that sit on these meetings and sit at home and watch these meetings that might not know how it might work. So when a state-funded grant comes through, specifically like the AWARE grant, state agencies get together and they pool their money together to give out their grant money to certain qualified schools and stuff like that. So when you see something like that on a website, it might be a partner agency that's giving money,
not necessarily being involved. And on those grants, the school departments have the ability to hire and partner with agencies within the city. So what that means is that the mental health agencies in the city will be partnered with whatever grant that comes through the school department. But I also want to deal, most of you know who I am, and I deal with raw data and raw facts. I do want to be real here. Through surveys done at the schools and through the Prevention Coalition of Rhode Island, we have a severe mental health problem on our hands, okay? Over 62% of all students from 6th grade up to 12th have identified with a mental health problem or have had thoughts of some type of mental health issue that they might be experiencing. That's a large number, okay? And that's a very real number. 17% of middle school students, now I'm just talking about middle school students, 17% have thought and talked about suicide. That's an astronomical number, okay, that some of our teachers are not equipped to deal with. Not that that's a bad thing, okay? They just don't have the training or the tools that are capable. And if a grant like this can come through and help that, I say it's going to help the kids, right? And that's the most important thing, right? Because at the end of the day, the school psychiatrists, the school psychologists, the social workers, they're overwhelmed. And if there's other bodies in the building that can help with that stuff, that could identify some of the problems that these children are having, and then send them home to their parents to help them with that and give them resources that they might not know about, I think it's extremely important. You know, and anything that, you know, our kids can benefit from is an important thing, especially on the mental health side of things, because we're seeing more and more things happen with young people, and they have a voice too. And, you know, and through the data that I've seen, they're one of the, you know, underserved populations in the city, and if the school's trying to give them a voice to get themselves some help, I think it's a good thing. So I just wanted to kind of drop some facts to the people that are on the website listening on how some grants work. And we may not partner with those particular agencies, but you may see some of the agencies that are giving money to fund through, to trickle down through RIDE and to the schools. And then the schools have their choice to pick the agencies in the city that they work with. Thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone else for public comment? Anyone else for public comment? Okay, thank you. Okay, next, recommended actions, approval of minutes of public session from March 16th, 2023.
Motion to adopt.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Approval of minutes of executive session, March 16th, 2023.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approval of warrants, April 25, 2023.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approval of transfers, April 25, 2023.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Announcements, personnel is presented. Mrs. Ruggieri.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Can you hear me? Okay. We have a few announcements tonight, so bear with me. We have a lot of people to celebrate. First, I'm going to go through the retirements, which I will need a vote at the end. We bid farewell to Karen Loisel. She was the ed tech clerk. She was with us for 24 years. Mary Ann Ainsworth, an elementary teacher, in grade 4 at Lippet. She was with us for 24 years. Brenda Resendiz, guidance counselor, department head at Veterans. She's been with us for 36 years. Joan Wilkinson, elementary teacher, kindergarten at Holloman, 25 years. Michael Boyasian, a tech ed teacher at Pilgrim. He was only with Warwick for 3 or 4 years, but he had over 30 years in the state, so we thank him for his service to the state. Andrea Sharkey, school nurse, department head, 33 years. Joseph Paliata, foreign language teacher at Tollgate, 59 years. Yeah. Elizabeth Riccitelli, elementary teacher, grade 4 at Park, with 27 years. And Joseph Coffey, secondary principal, ending his career at Veterans Middle School, who's been with us for 33 years. Totaling, I know we like to do this grand total, 293 years of experience leaving the district. in June. So we wish them all well, and I need your vote to accept their retirements.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? 59 years. Good Lord. God bless him.
I do have 2 resignations that also require a vote. Janine Fitzgerald, English teacher at Windman, will be leaving at the end of the year. And Deanna Smith, a social worker at Oakland Beach, leaving May 5th.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And we have some unrestricted leave of absences, which also need a vote. Darlene Netco, 50% leave of absence as she does her union business. She's an English teacher at Tollgate. Jacqueline Hartley, she's a teacher of the deaf and hard of hearing. She is district assigned, so she goes through all the schools in the district. And Marissa Hudson, a math teacher at Tollgate. As Ms. Calori stated, we have stolen her in central administration, so per state law, she gets to take a leave of absence from her teaching job. So I need a vote for those, please.
Move
Move
approval.
approval.
Go ahead. Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. And finally, the courtesy announcements for appointments. We welcome Leah Petty, night custodian at Tollgate. Megan Francis, teacher assistant one-on-one at Windman. Jean McCormick, teacher assistant in the IASC program at Cedar Hill. Megan Murray, teacher assistant at Welk. Richard Morton, night custodian at Cedar Hill. Kayla Quirk, coordinator of non-instructional student services. Marissa Hudson, coordinator of technology and STEM curriculum. Carla McGovern, manager of transportation. And coaches as presented in executive session. And I just would like to ask if anyone is here to please stand so we can recognize you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggieri. Next, donations and correspondence. We'd like to acknowledge a donation from Christopher DeSantis of $100 to the West Bay Community Action for the school lunch program. Okay, new business. Discussion, presentation, bond project, Sherman-Windham renovations. This is you, Mr. Gothberg. It's a presentation. It should be a quick one, right? So we're going to go down.
We have policy
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Adoption of policies, KEB, parent and family engagement. First reading, Dr. Cecil.
Yes, oops. Good evening, Mr. Chair, school committee members. Yes, tonight I'm bringing forward policy KAB, parent and family engagement. Every year, we have a Title I council that's made up of Title I parents that review this policy every year. It's actually a federal requirement. And we don't often update, it doesn't often need updating or refreshing, but this year when we went through it, there were a couple of items that we wanted to address. So on the second page, we are taking out some programs that no longer exist. Head Start, Reading First. We took all of those names out and we added in at the end of F, warwickcares.org, because that's really where we're providing links to resources now. And those other two that we cut out, they were repeats. So we find that the conducting engagement, the annual evaluation, we find on the first page where we say that we will engage parents in notifying them of this policy every year. That's a federal requirement. And in other language throughout the entire body of this, we talk about providing information and reports to parents over and over again. So we thought it was just repetitive language, and we chose to strike that out, that it was unnecessary and repetitive. And so, and at the very bottom where we are striking out this policy supersedes all previous policies and regulations, there was a time where we were trying to eliminate regulations, and we wanted to be sure that whatever the latest version of the policy was, that we knew this was superseding any other previous versions. We don't need to do that anymore. So we're just taking that language out as well. So pretty simple, straightforward, asking for approval of this first read.
Thank you, Dr. Cecil. Any questions from the committee?
Move approval.
Oh,
Second.
Second, discussion?
Yeah, just one comment, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate you kind of walking us through the comments on the edits there. I know we had a concerned constituent here today, and we're kind of bound to not be able to respond while we're up here. So going through that policy change, you know, I did see that in Part E on page 2, it talks about exactly what is said in Part 11, you know, to the extent practical in a language the parents can understand.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you can see the redundancy in the
Yep.
in the policy, as well as what you struck there on number 10 is on page 1,
Yep.
and then it's understandable while you struck the last one. I also like I like the fact that on number 12 there, you're providing parents an opportunity to come and have an appeals process if there's something that they do not like. So that's all I have on this. Nice job.
Thank you, Dr. Cecil. I would just state for the public, we don't read these policies out loud anymore because it's not necessary. We post them online. They're there to be read. They're not hidden anywhere. And some of our policies are on 5, 6, 8, 9 pages. And that's like watching paint dry. So it's through no nefarious intent. It's just that it's all public record. It's all out on our website. So, okay. Any other comments from the committee? Looking for a vote to approve first reading of KAB. Just looking for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. New business. Now it's new business. Discussion presentation, bond project, Sherman-Winman, Mr. Gothberg. This one will be quick, promise. Thank you.
Well, the first one will be quick, the second one will not be as quick, but we'll make it as quick as we can. Right. Okay, Chairman Testa, committee members, superintendent. We've been working on the Sherman project for a while. Pictures we've shown before and what we've talked about has been very unexciting. You've seen wires hanging, not much going on. Hopefully these pictures of Sherman and Winman will show a little excitement. First picture, this is the form room addition on the back left of the building. What you see here are the new windows, new whiteboards. On the right-hand picture on the left, next to the gentleman with vacuuming, is new cork boards. The shiny part on the floor is moisture mitigation, which we believe is really going to help prevent any further mold issues, along with the other work we've been doing. Next photo is, this is the primary wing. This shows the cork boards on the left and some casework. You also can see the new bookcases that are going in under the windows in all the rooms, and the new flooring has gone in this area. Here on the left, you see the new casework. Instead of the old porcelain sinks, we have accessible sinks for handicap. Big reach-in closets, and once again you can see underneath the floor protection, new floors, the accent wall, and the whiteboards. So we've gotten rid of all the chalkboards, no more chalkboards here. On the left is the auditorium foyer. That is not carpet, as Mr. Oliver thought it was, but it is VCT, vinyl tile. The murals have been painted over. It looks really nice. The AP room on the right, The gentleman is cutting in the basketball lines, so it's a really nice-looking room. This is the courtyard in the back, not the best picture considering the day we had, but you can see on the left there's a path that's going to go down to the new playground that's going to be installed this summer, and we'll be planting grass, and it's going to be a nice area for recess. This is, you can see a little bit of what goes on above the ceiling, the ductwork. You can see the ceiling grids going in, and the new windows. On the right is a resource room. And here we have, on the left is the hallway that goes down to the four-room addition on the left-hand side of the building. If you remember, there was a doorway there that had a wooden ramp. We've removed the ramp and filled it with concrete. So we've got a smooth transition down, and on the right is the AP room with painted doors ready to be installed. These pictures were taken a couple weeks ago, so we have progressed much further than you see here at this point. This is Windman. These pictures were taken over April vacation. On the left, you'll see the new windows that are going in. You have one window on the bottom that has been removed, and by the end of the day, the window was installed. On the right is in the back stairwells, there were no ceilings, just plaster, and now we have drop ceilings in all those stairwells. Here you can see a big crane on the left. What we did over April vacation was the rooftop units finally arrived, and they were placed, so you can see the crane working and a rooftop unit placed on the right-hand photo. More pictures of crane and HVAC rooftop units. You can see they're quite large. This is conduit that runs from on the right is going to be the generator pad that was poured over the vacation, and the left just shows how much underground conduit is and all the cables that run through that to feed from the transformer to the new switchgear, back to the generator, and back again to the switchgear. Thank you. Yep. Okay. As we know, budgets for the 2020 $56 million bond were done in 2019, the fall of 2019. So what we're going to do is show budgets, how escalation inflation has impacted our HVA projects, and to be completed, and how we're going to prioritize moving forward. The building committee has made some recommendation and approved, and we're bringing it forward to the school committee for their review and approval. Okay, so the original estimates were based on VET's square footage project costs when we did very similar projects, the project at VET's. What we did was, when we did the budgets, we took out the auditorium renovation and the elevator replacement because they were not going to be part of the project as we move forward through the elementary schools. So if you look, we had 228,000 square feet at VET's. Total cost minus the elevator and the auditorium were $7.5 million. Project square footage cost divided, the project cost divided by the building square footage came out to $33 a square foot. So when we went ahead with the budgets, the potential costs were reviewed by, we brought in Delta Mechanical to review along with the architects and engineers. It was agreed that the average price escalation has always been about 3% per year. We thought we should be conservative and do 9 years instead of 5 years of escalation. So we came up with a 27% escalation equaling $42 a square foot. This included demolition, abatement, as needed, gas and electric service upgrades, cosmetic improvements, new ceiling paint, replacement of bookcases if needed, or damage during construction, and this, the this shows on the right how much that would have impacted the cost at Vets. So at Vets, if we'd gone with $42 a square foot, we would have come up to $9.5 million to do that project. With the impact of post-COVID escalation, costs for the same scope of work are now coming in at, using the Greenwood Elementary project as an example, $114 a square foot as opposed to $42 a square foot. This shows if we'd done this at Vets, the 228,000 square foot at $114 a square foot would have been almost $26 million for the project that cost $7.5 in 2017. We had one project that came in at $98 a square foot. If using Vets as an example again, that would have cost $22,300,000 to do the same project. So that shows you what we've been up against trying to figure out how we're going to do HVAC projects. So what we did was we asked Mr. Oliver and his team to review and prioritize the heating systems in all the elementary schools and determine what the most critical need of replacement would be. Number one is Greenwood Elementary. Greenwood has 2 boilers that are the same age, early 1990s. Building has a dual heating system because of the age of the original building. It has both steam and hot water. Steam heats the hot water that runs through the newer side of the building. Presently, 1 boiler has failed due to major corrosion and age, leaving the building with 1 boiler and it's in very similar condition. Steam side is original in the 1927 construction, and we're having major issues with the controls as they are pneumatic and they are notorious for leaking, so the heat runs rampant at times. So this is the building that's been determined to have the biggest issues. Number 2 is Oakland Beach. Oakland Beach has 2 boilers, again the same age, early 1990s, and again it's a dual heating system that uses both steam and forced hot water. The steam heating the forced hot water is then pumped around the building. At this time, the heat exchangers failed, and this is causing a large amount of scale rust and just detritus running through the hot water system that's clogging unit ventilators and prohibiting the circulation of water. So there's a lot of spaces that are either no heat or limited heat. Very inefficient, and this control system is even worse than at Greenwood, so this is number 2, but it could be reversed very easily. The third one is Holloman. Holloman Elementary, again, has 2 boilers. One is from 2014 and the other is from the 1990s. The 2014 boiler is a steam boiler, and this is boilers using the original 1953 infrastructure. This boiler heats 85% of the building. It has been identified that the infrastructure and the steam side of the building is failing. And what's happened is most of the piping runs underground, under the slab, and because of moisture and the fact that the pipe was not protected, it is just rotting away. So at some point, the system is going to fail, and so that's number 3. 4 is Hoxie. Hoxie has 2 forced hot water boilers, both from 1970, and everything in this building is original to the original construction. All the unit ventilators are original and obsolete, and we're finding it very hard to replace motor and controls and parts. In this building, a lot of the rooms are controlled by turning off the circuit breaker to the unit ventilator because we have no control of it running. Oh, back again, sorry. Norwood is number 3. It's a sister school of Hoxie. It's the exact same thing. So it's the same situation. And Wyman is number 6. Wyman has 4 boilers. It's, again, a dual heating system. using both steam and hot water. These boilers are from the 1990s, but they're using a 1939 infrastructure. So these are the 6 that are in the worst condition. So these are the budgets available. So if you're in the left-hand column is the school. The second column is all the funds available, and when I say soft costs are the design costs, the architectural costs, OPM costs, and contingency. The hard costs are the costs that have been designated for construction only. So you can see we have 21.9 million using all available funds and 19.4 approximately for hard costs. If we were to do 4 schools and using the hard costs only, we'd only be able to spend 4.8 per school, 4.8 million. If we were doing 5, if we wanted to do 5 schools, it would be 3.8 million, and if we tried to do 6 schools, we'd be 3.2. If we look at the 3 worst schools, because of escalation, Greenwood, we project it to be 4.3, almost 4.4 million to do that school. Holloman, because of everything that we'd have to do, the asbestos in that building, it'd be 7.5 million. And Oakland Beach, just because of the size and the complexity, it'd be another 7.5. So we believe that it would eat up most of, or not all of, the $19.4 million that we had planned for the other schools. So the building committee, after reviewing this, approved to go ahead and proceed this way and do these 3 schools, and if money was left, then we would do a 4th school. So what we wanted to present this to the school committee because we are not doing what we promised to the community, and would like your approval to move forward doing with these first 3 schools that are in the worst condition. Happy to answer any and all questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Gothberg from any member of the committee?
I just want to say thank you for the presentations. They were very clear, making our job a little bit easier, especially in a marathon meeting like this one. Again, just clarify for us, the request of the building committee of the entire school committee is to make a motion on which 3 schools, just so that way we're all clear.
Right, so we're looking to do Greenwood, Oakland Beach, and Holloman.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so that said, I'd look for a motion to approve the recommended action on elementary school HVAC projects to do the 3 schools as presented, Oakland Beach, Holloman, and Greenwood.
So moved.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Mr. Gothberg, I would just clarify, I need to say this publicly, that everybody has to realize, because they're going to wrap their head around this and tie it to the high school projects. The original estimates done for this 2020 bond were done in 2019.
Yes, they
correct?
were done
Before
early
COVID hit.
fall 2019.
Right, so the escalation that we're experiencing today comprises all of the COVID and supply chain issues. Right, the high school project was done post-COVID.
Right, the latest
Right.
estimates were done in February of this
Right,
year.
just to clarify, because they're not, it's apples and oranges. Okay, all in favor?
Well, I just had a quick question.
yes.
It's
Ms.
not
Chapman.
necessary. So what do we do about the other schools?
Well, right now, with the rest of the schools, there isn't anything we can do. We have to see when these three are done, what remaining funds are there. I think this really calls out for the city and the school department to do what Lincoln did and establish a revolving capital improvement fund that uses housing aid dollars to help fund these projects. Because right now, every time we do something like this, you bond it, so you pay for it with principal and interest. If you can utilize some of your housing aid to build up a fund, a restricted fund that can only be used for things like this, if you can build it up to $4.5 million, do another school. And then as you're getting reimbursed on some of your other projects, some of that reimbursement money that goes to the city, obviously to pay some of the debt service off, gets directed to the restricted account, so you build it up again, and then you do another one and another one, because otherwise it's about $27 million based on today's estimates on what it would cost to do the rest of the schools. So some people may accuse you of baiting and switching, which is an asinine argument, because it isn't. This is just strictly the effects of COVID on HVAC systems, because all the other work at the schools, the building, the windows, the landscape and all that stuff, those are coming in pretty much on budget. It's just the HVAC
Yeah, the
stuff.
site, we just bid out 2 site projects. One came in under budget, one came in 50,000 over, but in the scheme of things, that wasn't bad. There was enough in contingency to handle that. And that's with escalation in oil, because most of our projects are asphalt related, and we're still, with the escalation we looked at, we're still hitting our mark. But with the escalation in HVAC, metal, electrical, it's out of sight. I mean, when you go from $42 a square foot estimate to between 98 and 114, there's no way to project that.
Right. So it'll be what it'll be, and then maybe it forces another conversation on the city side. But right now, that's all we can do. And again, if there's funds left over and it's enough to do another school, we'll do the next one on the list.
Yeah, we may come back. There's little bits and pieces left here and there from projects where we did well. So my office right now is looking at what we have in total, and then we may come back and ask to move that money from those schools to another project, and then go to RIDE and request an amendment on the MOA. That's
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, do we have a motion on the table at this moment?
Yes. Its motion is moved, seconded, and just discussion. So I'd call a vote if no one else has any comments or questions. Okay. Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
can I make a motion that we send to the subcommittee on buildings that we draft up some sort of intergovernmental resolution requesting the city to look into establishing a revolving fund for the school department, given that we have a majority of the buildings? Start those conversations.
Yeah, Andrew, I'll defer to you. Yeah, we just approved that. So I don't know if we need a motion, but we'll do that at the next building committee meeting. We can put that on the agenda to do that. Yep, yeah, we can do that.
Do you require a motion on to sending it to subcommittee?
No, I don't think so. I think the building committee can take it up just on its own.
Whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah. So Mr. Gothberg will make sure we'll add that to the agenda for the May 3rd or whatever. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, discussion update, FY23 monthly fiscal financial report and year in review. Mr. McGrath.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Before you, you'll find my monthly fiscal report. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions for Mr. McGrath? Any comments for Mr. McGrath?
Not tonight.
Okay. Lunch debt is $104,835 as of April 10th. Okay. Okay, next is discussion action high school project update. I'll give the update first, and maybe deflating to some. There's not much to update. Right now, the city is essentially in the driver's seat. They have commissioned or are going out to bid for a review of the peer review we did. But what the council did at the last meeting, they passed a resolution asking the General Assembly to extend the starting and ending dates of all school construction projects by 6 months on the front end and the back end. There are bills on the floor right now in the House and Senate on that And what we're going to be doing as part of this is we're going to propose just a resolution that supports what the city did. The city asked for a 1-year extension on the front and the back. The bills on the floor are already calling for 6 months, so that's what our resolution will do. So once the city does its review of our review, if those numbers match, the next step would be we'd have to begin designing. So the city will have to approve it, appropriate funding from the $350 million bond so we can start a design process, which takes 10 to 12 months. So that's why everyone's looking for the extensions. That's the latest update. So before us is a resolution that I would put forward for approval. I'm going to read it quickly. It says, whereas the health, safety, and educational welfare of students and staff of Warwick Public Schools are matters of paramount importance to the Warwick School Committee, and whereas in 2022 the General Assembly enacted and the voters of the City of Warwick approved an act authorizing the city to issue bonds not exceeding $350 million to finance the construction, renovation, and improvement of 2 high schools and adjacent facilities to replace Pilgrim High School and Tollgate High School, and whereas Rhode Island General Law 16-7-39 provides housing aid reimbursement to municipalities and school districts for housing construction, and whereas state law currently provides for increases in state housing aid as incentives to promote specific goals in connection with the construction and renovation, and whereas such incentives are available only for school housing projects that are commended no later than December 2023, and whereas Senator Louis DePalma has introduced Senate Bill 0454 and Representative Terry Denise Kortfriend has introduced House Bill 5792 that amend the eligibility date for the computation of housing aid from December 2023 to June 2024. Whereas in addition to Warwick, the communities of Barrington, Bristol, Warren, Central Falls, Coventry, Cranston, Cumberland, East Greenwich, East Providence, Foster, Jamestown, Johnston, Lincoln, Middletown, North Kingstown, North Providence, Pawtucket, Portsmouth, Providence, South Kingstown, Tiverton, Warwick, Westerly, West Warwick, Westerly, and Woonsocket would qualify for additional housing aid as a result of changing the eligibility date from December 23 to June 24. Now therefore be resolved that the Warwick School Committee hereby respectfully requests the General Assembly to enact Senate Bill 0454 and House Bill 5792, extending the eligibility date for the computation of school housing aid from December 23 to June 2024. Looking for a motion to approve my long-windedness.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Next agenda item, discussion, field lights for Warwick Vets. We're going to table that. Next item is discussion action WTU grievance. May I have a
Mr. Chair?
motion? Mr. Galligan.
I make a motion to uphold the grievance.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, call a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next agenda item, Special Education Department structure. We'll table that. Next agenda item, discussion action, Project Aware Mental Health Coordinator request, Mrs. Murray.
Good evening, Chairman Testa, Superintendent Danbrook, and school committee members. I'm here tonight seeking your approval for the Project Aware Mental Health Coordinator. This position is grant funded. Project Aware focuses on promoting resilience and mental health for well-being for school-age youth by providing training for the adults that come in contact with the students, and establishing clear pathways for their families by building partnerships with the community agencies. So I'm seeking your approval tonight.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes,
Mr. Galligan.
Chairman. I just want to say, I really appreciate some of the remarks made during public comment and speaking with some resource providers at Warwick Veterans and hearing some of the challenges our students are facing today. I would be a mess if just one child decided to take his or her life, and if any parent or adult within our school system gets some sort of awareness training that could prevent that, I think it's a win. I think it's a win. And if that awareness training includes any other components of things to look for, whether it's physical abuse from their home life, whatever, that itself is also a win. So I am in favor of us going after this grant money. I'm really excited that we're going after this, and I'm looking forward to see how we use those dollars. I will say my only apprehension is that I hope that if we get this grant money, it doesn't mean that we do not continue to pursue increasing our social workers and our psychologists within the school. Mr. Jerry, thank you for that. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Ms.
Can
Gruber-Chapman.
you explain Project Aware and why we're going into this?
So through the organization, a national organization, SAMHSA, they provide state agencies federal money, and it was a grant that was awarded to at least 2 different cohorts, maybe 3 different districts in each cohort prior to Warwick. We are in their 3rd cohort, and it's really to build the capacity for the educators that work with our students as well as many other adults to understand and detect mental health concerns and be able to react to any of those things. We all need to know a little bit more about what that looks like. We face many challenges in the schools every day, and many times it's misunderstood about maybe behavior issues that are purposeful instead of maybe a mental health concern. So we were lucky enough to be awarded this grant. It's a 4-year grant with a total of about $1.1 million over that 4 years.
I looked into the project a little bit. So it was piloted in Providence, right? Providence
was one of the districts in the first cohort.
It was Providence, Woonsocket. So I think what I also got, so they train the teachers, right?
So what we will do is we partner with our community partnerships out there locally. We have to have commitment letters. We have one partnership established already and many others in the works, but that particular partnership is with the Bradley Learning Exchange. They provide training for any of our clinical staff as well as our educators around this kind of a topic.
So is that the train the trainers?
No, that's actually a different grant. I can talk about that a little bit later.
It's the same thing. So like obviously a lot of these subjects, the suicide prevention, like all that obviously sounds good. There's also a couple other ones like the COVID, relating with COVID, but there's also other ones. So can you tell me how, or actually can you tell everybody out there in the world how a lot of these subjects will relate, how we're gonna how is this gonna happen? Like what is your vision with Project Aware teaming aligning with it?
To get it out into the schools?
Yes, like what's your project of like getting it into schools? Who's gonna do it? How are you gonna do training? What's it gonna look like? What is your goal?
So through the grant, it's a pretty rigorous process of having several goals that we have to state and then have a plan for. They insist that we use what we call a multi-tiered approach or a 3-prong approach, looking at building the capacity at sort of a universal level, like universal design, so everybody has knowledge. And then from there, looking at the resources and tools that maybe those students or our younger students maybe need more support in, and giving our staff the tools like curriculum or types of tools that they might need to work with groups of students.
Is the social workers, like who's going to be doing the tools?
So at different levels, just like in elementary school, one thing we have very established so far is what we call responsive classroom. So all teachers know how to integrate or embed those skills. In the secondary schools, we're looking to build that. They don't have that. It's a little harder in secondary schools to do that, but it really needs to be an embedded approach. And we kind of use the vision of a graduate work, thinking about those different pieces or components about problem solving in those ways to kind of establish that. Our social workers and psychologists will be part of this when we get to a level where students maybe need an additional layer of that support.
So is it like a warning system? Like the teacher will be like, hey, this child really needs to be talked to, and then we send them, then it goes on?
So with, I think Project Aware, what will happen is just like the suicide prevention and awareness training we have, teachers or educators will start to recognize certain signs and then have in their toolbox, so to speak, what they can do to intervene in the moment. But in our schools, we all have different teams that look at data to make sure that students are performing academically, behaviorally, socially, because it's all integrated.
So some of these subjects that were up that are here, are we using all these same things? Let's see. Trauma 101, understanding self behavior, understanding student, parent, and educator voice through survey works results, Unite Us referral platform, Why Ask Why, how to be positive behavioral sports. These are all the same things that we're going to be doing.
So not all of them, we
Okay.
can choose. Each
You
school will be
handpick.
doing a needs assessment to kind of figure out where they are in the process
Yeah.
and then kind of pick what they need most. So, that'll be identified by the schools.
So each school is going to handpick
Yep.
what they're going to work with.
Excuse me, yes.
And going back to, is there more, will there be parent, what's the word I'm looking for? Transparency.
Of course, yeah. I'm happy to, answer any questions, and I'm always
Can we do
available.
a demonstration on this as well?
It's a framework, it's a
Presentation.
grant, right?
Yeah.
So we haven't even really started it yet, but
Once we
in
go
my
down?
next presentation, when I'm kind of going over SEL results,
Perfect.
I'll give you a little bit more about how
Perfect.
schools use the data, if that helps.
Perfect.
Okay.
And what is the role going to be of the
coordinator?
Thank you.
Yes, so that person would work with me to help meet the goals in the actual grant. It's a federal grant that is, we have to meet and collect data.
Mhm.
So that person needs to be able to know the system around how do we help families get the supports they need, engage those families, but also help build these tier 1 supports within the school and help with professional development, organizing that. So there's a lot of data collection and a lot of reporting that goes with it. So that's part of the grant is a requirement to have an FTE to kind of coordinate this grant.
And just to verify probably what was asked with Mr. Gallion, but this does not take away from the social workers and everything.
No,
Not at all.
My role is totally separate from staffing. I think it can get confusing sometimes, but no, we definitely see the need, all of us at this table see the need for more.
I'm done questioning.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda items 9 and 10 are also tabled. We'll move to agenda items, actually, Mr. Kane, agenda items 11 through 16 are all you. So, well, if it's okay with the committee, we just ask that, just present them all at once, and we'll vote on them as a block. If that's okay. Then they can ask questions if they have questions, but
So
these
you
are-
don't need me to go one by one? on
just
this
tell
sheet?
us what they are.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
so, first purchase is going to be essentially for a brand-new Cisco lab. It's going to be brand-new Dell computers, a full setup in there. They're just outlived their lifetime at this point. So this is at no cost to the district. It's going to be through state categorical funding. There's also going to be furniture that goes along with that. That was purchased through a sole source provider as part of a consortium. So that went out through, I believe, Kayla Quirk. Also up tonight is a second bus that they do have in stock now. So we got a little bit of money through the government again. This is at no cost to the district, so this is going to enable our students to go out for work-based learning. We also have a request. We have a Skills USA affiliation fee, okay, that we pay each year. Skills USA is, obviously the national organization that our students compete in. This is being paid through through federal Perkins money. I'm also requesting to purchase a Mercury outboard engine. The model and all the specifications are there through the Marine Trades Program. That will be through state categorical funding as well. And then we are going to finish the computer lab over at Studio 107 with 16 24-inch iMacs, all state-of-the-art to match what we have already purchased this year.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Kane on any of those items? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to approve agenda items 11 through 16.
Move approval.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, contract award, FW Webb, Gould's G&L Beer Pump. Mr. Oliver.
Good evening. I'm requesting your approval on this contract. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Looking for a motion to approve?
I just have one question.
Yep, go ahead.
Move
Let's move it. Let's move it.
Move
Second and
approval.
discuss.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gallagher.
For what school is this?
This is for Pilgrim.
Oh, then they got to get the money, absolutely.
Mr. Oliver, this was an emergency repair, and this is a pump in the heating system, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Right, which is old,
Correct.
which is concerning.
Yes, it is very concerning.
Right, so, okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Next up, discussion action, contract award, FW Webb, Taco new pump. Mr. Oliver again.
Once again, I'm requesting your approval on this contract. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Move approval.
Second.
Second, any discussion?
Mr.
Gallagher.
Chair. For which school?
Tollgate.
Tollgate.
Questionable, but.
And Mr. Oliver, this too was for Tollgate's heating system.
That is correct,
It's an
sir.
emergency repair.
Yes, it was.
Because it's an old system,
Yes, it was.
and it's very concerning.
Yes, very concerning.
Thank you.
I almost called it a taco.
Okay, any other questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, Mr. Oliver again, contract award, Banner Systems, automatic scrubber, walk behind.
Correct. This is a piece of equipment that we use to clean the floors, and I'm requesting your approval of this contract.
Move approval.
Second?
Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, discussion action contract award, Triumvirate Environmental, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, I'm requesting approval on this contract. This is the disposal of expired hand sanitizer that we have an abundance of supply of that we have to get rid of. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second?
Second, discussion.
Mr. Chair, just out of curiosity, since we're disposing of regulated waste, are we doing this out of a site that has an EPA ID number?
Yes, this is a certified company that has a certified EPA number, yes.
No, our generator site ID. Do we have a generator site ID number?
Say that again?
Since it's a regulated waste, you get an EPA ID number that is specific to the longitude and latitude, so that way you know if that land becomes contaminated down the road, they can source it back to the generator.
Yes, they will source it back to where they dispose it to, at the company that's handling the disposal of it will source it back.
I'll catch up with you later. I
Say-
have no other questions.
Say-
I can catch up with you later on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Got
Mr.
it.
Oliver, Mr. Oliver, this was hand sanitizer that came in during COVID?
That is correct.
Is this hand sanitizer that we bought, or were we kind of forced to buy it?
We were forced to buy.
We were forced to buy it by the state of Rhode Island or Department of Health?
That is correct.
Right, but they're not paying for the disposal of it?
No, they are
So
not.
is there any mechanism at all, Mr. McGrath, anyone, where we might be able to?
I reached out to some contacts I had at the state, and there's no program right now to accept that back.
Okay, thank you.
And just to let you know, Chair, that there are many districts across the state that are having the same issue, getting rid of the same product of overabundance of hand sanitizer. It's a major problem.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, looking for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Oliver, O'Neill Electric Company.
Yes, I'm requesting your approval on this contract. This is for electrical work that has to be done for the concession stand at Pilgrim High School. The present conductors that are in the ground have failed and need to be replaced.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Gallagher.
Just one question. Is the scoreboard active? Is that actively working right now over there, or will this be a part of that?
That will be part of it, too.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Oliver, this is unbudgeted, right, because it's unbudgeted?
Yes, sir.
And this is because all that infrastructure that runs underneath is very old, right?
That's correct.
And in need of replacement.
Correct.
And is very concerning.
Very concerning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and all the questions, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next is discussion action contract award, Sherwin-Williams Innovation Spaces, grant money. Mr. Oliver?
Yes, I was handling
Okay.
the construction side of it, so I'm presenting this tonight. Requesting approval on this contracts for Cedar Hill, Holloman, Norwood, Oakland Beach, Robinson Park, and Vets Middle School.
Move approval.
Second.
Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up, discussion bid, Mr. Oliver again, custodial bid 23-009.
Requesting your approval on this contract. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion, anyone? Mr. Oliver, this is like an open PO we keep, right?
That is correct. We award the PO to each vendor, and we draw off as we consume.
Right, okay,
We only buy as an as-needed basis, so just so you know that.
got it. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, 24, bid award. Again, Mr. Oliver, environmental lead re-inspections.
Requesting approval on this contract. This is a requirement that we lead test all our elementary schools that have children under the age of 5 or the age of 5, and it's a 3-year contract for a total of $17,000 and change.
Move approval.
Second.
Again, any discussion? I have one quick question. Is this, do we make one payment of 17,000 and change, or do we pay it over 3 years?
We pay it over 3 years.
All right, so it's,
It'll be broken up over 3 years.
Okay.
Right.
all right, thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, you're all done. Okay. Next item, discussion action contract award, Wilson Language Training Foundations, Dr. Schultz.
Good evening, everyone. This request is for the last large shipment of items needed for our teachers in the primary grades for Foundations, which is our phonics program. It's an awesome program, and a lot of teachers needed materials. We've already provided materials for most of the district, and this is that last bit. This is a budgeted expense. That's great news. And it is also very needed. So if you could please vote yes, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you for your consideration.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item, discussion action contract award, Amazon Classroom STEAM Supplies, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Each month we continue our work on the innovation spaces. This item on the agenda is for the Amazon carts for veterans, Windman, and Oakland Beach. We had found through the process, obviously, as we all know, we should always try to shop the best pricing, try to save the district, use that funding other places. And we found that Amazon is usually a great spot to do that. So kudos to Kayla Quirk, our new coordinator of purchasing. She has found the consortium Omnia, of which we're a member, that allows us to utilize Amazon as a contracted bid process. So kudos to her, and we seek your approval on these 3 purchases so we can continue to purchase against the grant.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, discussion action contract award WB Mason Innovative Spaces Grant for Park.
And
Dr.
this is a
Taylor.
continuation of the WB Mason. Park Elementary School, we had finished working with their team just after the last school committee meeting. So this is Park's purchase for WB Mason.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Dr. Taylor, discussion action contract award Demco Inc. Furniture for Oakland Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last school committee meeting, Ms. Hazelwood had some questions about Demco and WB Mason. We went back to the Oakland Beach team. Again, kudos to Kayla Quirk, finding that Demco was also on the Omnia consortium, allowing us to purchase from them. So working with the team, we were able to split what they wanted from WB Mason versus what they wanted from Demco, and that's just the order for the Demco side.
Wonderful.
Motion to approve?
Motion, make a motion?
Yeah. Second? Second. Any discussion?
Just one, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hazelwood,
Yes.
the concerns of those within your district, everything's all set?
They said it was great.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
All right.
Dr. Taylor, I have one question on the Demco. It's got a $2,800 freight charge, $2,400 is a tailgate delivery, and $450 is a power lift. Does Oakland Beach have a loading dock? Doesn't have a loading dock, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, call a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, discussion action contract awards ceramic mural for Lippert Elementary, funded with SBA art grants. Dr. Cecil.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, School Committee. What we have here tonight is an award for a mural through the SBA Arts Grant. And what Lippert is doing is working with 2 artists and creating a mural on the outside of their building that goes along with the theme of their mascot. And every student has been involved in making a piece of ceramics to contribute to the mural. And the request comes out of the arts grant that we received that we have to spend by June 30th. And so we're requesting your approval for this project.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just one question.
Mr. Gallagher.
Certainly excited to see this happening in District 1. It's a beautification of one of the buildings. The only question, and I have to ask it, any issues from the city side with putting this on the exterior of the building? Permits, are they a part of the grant here? Any other costs that we should be aware of?
None that I was ever made aware of.
No, in the past, as long as we have custody of the buildings, we can do those things. We don't need city approval. Permits, if there are permits required, we'll have to pull them. They charge us. Mr. Gothberg. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
And I should point out that the artist Mika Seeger is Pete Seeger's daughter.
Springsteen Seeger Sessions, great record. Okay, any other comments from the committee? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, discussion action contract award Blick Art Materials. Dr. Cecil.
Yes, again, going along with this grant, a large order of art materials going to Winman through Blick, requesting your approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Dr. Cecil, you again. Discussion action contract award Access Display Group.
It's a display case, couple of display cases for Winman, also through this arts grant, requesting your approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, Dr. Cecil, discussion action contract award Rise and Shine LLC.
Yes, this is through Title I for Oakland Beach. It's a continuation of the program that they've been working with for the last couple years on working with children and teachers on how to regulate behavior and de-escalate behavior when it happens. It was originally through the Sergeant Center, but the people that originally did the training have branched off, and they're now calling themselves Rise and Shine. So this is already budgeted with Title I funds, and we're requesting your approval.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? Yep. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, discussion action contract award, National Council for Behavioral Health 3-day training up to 16 members. Dr. Cecil.
Yes, this actually goes to Ms. Murray. This is one of her grants, so I'm going to ask her to come up and speak to it herself.
Good evening again. We had the opportunity to apply for a grant through Rhode Island Department of Education that would allow us as a district to send up to 16 people here that would go through the youth mental health first aid training. And that training is a very comprehensive training program that helps to train the trainer so that we build capacity within the school so that we don't have to go outside for extra additional support. And this comprehensive program meets one of the requirements for the Project Aware, so that might be where you were thinking they're related, because it's all about building that capacity within the school to recognize and deal with mental health issues.
Move approval?
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Well,
Who are their 16 members?
So
sorry.
I got you.
You heard me.
So the 16, we can do up to 16. I put it out to a variety of people. It doesn't have to be any particular, it could be any adult in any part of the education system. So I had at least 9 volunteers to do the training. It's 3 days, full days, and so that's the other thing. It's difficult to become offline during the day, but the people that have signed up are social workers and psychologists from our district.
And what is the main focus? Is it suicide prevention? I don't know if that was
It's a
just
little
me.
bit of both. I went through the regular training, not the train the trainer model last year. It's very comprehensive. It talks about anxiety. It can talk about ADHD symptoms, behavioral, any mental health, or any symptoms like that.
And I just want to ask a question. They're not diagnosing.
No.
They're just trying to identify signs that a child needs help to
So
identify them.
Our educators are not
They're not going to
identifying.
diagnose.
Yeah, they're not diagnosing. What we're trying to help them feel comfortable is with being able to help the child get the resources, bring them to the person like our social worker who is able to do a risk assessment or a clinical background so that they can refer out if we need to, but basically we're just trying to build the capacity so people feel like they have the tools in their toolbox to deal with everyday things that happen right now as we speak. So.
Move approval?
Or it's already moved and seconded, so any other questions? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item, discussion action contract award Wilson Language Materials. Dr. Cecil.
Yes, again, this is funded through Title I. This goes to, I believe it's Lippert. If it's not Lippert, it's Oxy. I can't remember. The schools order so much stuff. But it's part of their plan. That was part of their school improvement plan, and it's been funded and approved by RIDE through Title I. So requesting your approval.
Move approval?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, 35, discussion action curriculum approvals. Dr. Schultz.
Hello, good evening once again. I'll try to be brief, but I'm very excited to propose 39 different curricular templates here for your approval, I'm hoping. We have dedicated educators that have worked tirelessly over the last 2 years during professional development days and teams to create templates that have aligned to our vision of a graduate. And in those 39 templates, we have high school phys ed, science, social studies, visual arts, middle school tech ed, high school music, middle school intro to business, more ed tech, and computer science at the middle school. And I'm just hoping to get your approval on all of these templates because it really shows how much work and dedication the teachers have done.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Galligan.
I just want to say thank you. You got back to us in a timely manner after the last meeting on the social studies piece of the curriculum. So, and you helped clarify some of the confusion there at the end of that meeting. And also looking at the rubrics for some of these, especially the physical education one and the visual arts curriculum, they're nicely put together. I think the students are going to enjoy each of those components of the curriculum, so I just wanted to make those comments publicly and thank you again for the social studies clarification the following day after that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
To give kudos to you, there was somebody that reached out and just wanted to praise you, just so you know.
Thank you.
Just give you that. I thought these were a lot more descriptive. There was no more questions, there was no more what ifs, so that was great. A lot of the subjects seem really fascinating. I mean, I wish I had more of this when I went to school. I guess my only question is this where the parents can see?
Yes.
So it's out there in their face?
Yes,
Saying,
and
this is
so-
what your kids are learning. If you like it, go ahead. If not, move on.
So when I met with all the department chairs, I asked them when they were meeting with their departments to make sure that they wrote it in a way that parents could understand.
It was great.
And also for substitutes that might step in and need
Yeah.
to have a scope and sequence for the year. And so there are links in there. So these are on the curriculum website. They're labeled approved curricular documents. And so they're into different folders that anyone can access at any time. I'll upload all of these tomorrow if people haven't looked at them, but please look at them because it's hours and hours of painstaking work that people have put into this. And it really shows, what we're teaching our kids. And we should be really proud of that because a lot of it, we have so much expertise in this district. And so thank you for noting that.
I read them. I thought they were great.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you thank all of them, everybody.
Absolutely.
Move approval.
Second.
It's already moved and seconded, so no other questions, call a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, discussion, grant update, Dr. Cecil.
Yes, good evening again, and I have the pleasure of having this last item tonight to bring you all the great news about all the grants that have come in since our last update. Starting with our meeting the needs of students after school through partnership between local education agencies. Those are our 2 extended day programs. The first is at Oakland Beach that we're calling the Extreme Learning Center program. Extreme stands for Xing Out Learning Gaps and providing explicit instruction in science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, and math. And it's a partnership between Oakland Beach and the Boys and Girls Club, which they've been in partnership for many years. And this grant is for $200,000. It started this year, just recently, and goes through June of next year. And along with that, Norwood also received a grant, although we opted to delay their start date till the fall, so their grant is for $150,000. They are working with, their program is called the TLC, Theater Learning Caring Academy, and they're partnering with the GAM Theater, and the GAM will be coming over to them every day and doing a whole host of different types of workshops and offerings alongside of the teachers offering extended day programming that's going to be all project-based and hands-on 4 days a week. So that's that partnership. In addition, we surprisingly, I was very happy, received a Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation Board of Directors, awarded us 26 AEDs to the tune of $32,382. This is a grant we applied for 3 times. I guess third time was the charm. In looking at their website to see who they've awarded to in the past, it's been almost exclusively fire stations. And so for a school district to receive the grant was like really phenomenal. So I guess we were able to show how desperate we were for these AEDs, and so we were very happy and excited to see that and they've already ordered them. We got a notice this week that they've been ordered, so they should be coming in fairly soon. You heard earlier from Mrs. Murray about the youth mental health first aid. That grant totaled $31,047, and as she said, it's going to pay for 3 days of training for up to 16 staff members, and she already explained what that training was about. We then also have Project Aware, which is $288,180 a year for 4 years, which totals $1,152,720. And you've already heard what that's about. And then we had individual teachers of science, and not just science, but teachers, apply for some STEM mini grants through RIDE. And we had 10 of those funded. So I'm just going to tell you, Adam Ritchie from Tollgate is receiving $1,400 for a laser engraver. It's going to be used across all tech classes at Tollgate. Designs will be made in the computer graphic classes, and projects will be made in robotics and woodworking. Jessica Greenberg at Tollgate is getting $2,025 for microscopes. And the goal is to obtain 3 oil immersion lens microscopes for use in the Introduction to Microbiology class, and the course is part of our district's biomedical pathway. Jessica Kutcher from Tollgate is getting $300. Her students are going to visit a local salt marsh in Warwick. The students are going to conduct a beach scene and take part in a plant identifying marsh walk. They're going to analyze biodiversity data collected on the field trip, do a comparative analysis with a past field trip to a river area in the spring, and they'll also learn about the stewardship of this ecosystem. Samuel Ashley from Pilgrim is receiving $1,250 for microscope and slides to introduce students to the science of microbiology. He wants to train students on the use of a compound light microscope and its many applications to studying life, diagnosing disease, and exploring the micro world around us. Christine Zelensky from Pilgrim, $2,500 for science technology. Her project goal is to add more technology to the Pilgrim High School physics classes. Much of their equipment is outdated and not electronic, and feels that students need to be exposed to growing technology that's available in the science fields. Next, we have Danielle Watterson at Pilgrim for a grant of $1,360 for a smart music subscription. These students will have multiple practice strategies to help them find success at learning and performing music. They'll get timely feedback about errors in their performance, rhythmic, tempo, pitches, intonation, and gives them a musical critique whenever or wherever they're using the program. Kathleen Naughton from Pilgrim is getting $2,500 to teach Pilgrim students the fundamentals of sailing. She already has a partnership set up. Gregory Rowe from Pilgrim, $2,100. After learning about traits and genetics, the materials that he's ordering will be used in a STEM-based interactive biology lab for students to examine trait variability in living plants that they grow from seeds. Multiple generations of plants will be grown examined, modeled, and analyzed for various plant traits over a 2-week period. John Sullivan from Veterans is getting $2,300. The purpose of his project is to allow students in the STEM exploratory class at Vets Middle School to work in small groups to design and build a Rube Goldberg contraption as a culminating project in class. Don't ask me what a Rube Goldberg contraption is, but that's what they're doing. And finally, Heather Weberg Sobzak from Veterans is getting $1,760 for, the goal is for all members of the science department to have a mobile whiteboard in their classroom as a tool to enhance science education. The mobile whiteboards will be used by students and teachers alike as a place for collaboration and classroom discourse. So the total amount, and I came to you, I think it was about in January or February when I gave the last update in grants, and we were over $1 million then. And this report brings us, just from this report, to $1,587,504. So we are doing very well. And last, we have submitted grant applications on behalf of Wyman, Norwood, Greenwood, Cedar Hill, Hoxie, Robertson, and Oakland Beach for outdoor learning spaces. Each application request is for $100,000, and we should be hearing sometime in May. The grants, the recommended grants that whatever applications are going to be recommended are going to be presented to the Council of Elementary and Secondary Education at their May 6th meeting, and after the council approves them, districts will be notified. So sometime after May 6th, we'll hear about these applications and how many of them are going to be funded. So a lot of great grants coming in.
Thank you, Dr. Cecil. Okay, next item is public comment. Same things as last time, 30 minutes max, 2 minutes per person. Please try to hold for 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Tracy McDermott. I am a resident of Warwick, teacher assistant in the IES program at Warwick Neck. Been in the school department for about 20 years now. Very concerned at the fact that we've tabled the restructuring of special education and tabled the discussion on the WELC administrator positions. We have our first budget hearing is tomorrow. The second is on Monday, which I'm assuming you're going to vote on Monday for the budget that's going to be going to the city. We're talking about, I don't know, roughly $300,000 plus in administrative costs if you decide, which you should because the special ed department is drowning. We need a director. We need more assistant directors. There's not enough administration in special ed. We're literally drowning. Our classrooms are bursting at the seams. Our 2 co-directors are fantastic. I love them. I think they're great, but we need more. WELC needs an administrator before the end of the school year. You cannot wait till September. That person has to acclimate themselves to that building and know what's happening. You're voting on the budget on Monday. How on earth are you squeezing in $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 worth of administrators and benefits into that budget that you're going to vote on Monday if you tabled it till next month? Not sure how that's happening. And side note, I'm also on the policy committee. We meet every month, open to the public. Anyone that would like to come, please join us, parents, anyone. There's an opportunity to comment on the policies. So I just wanted to put that out there. But just a thought. I know you can't answer my question, but.
Darlene Necco again. I concur with Tracy. We do need the WELC positions, and we do need, and you know, it's a rare day when I would say we need more administrators, but special ed is special. I hear all the time, especially from teachers of kindergarten and first grade, we have a lot of need in this district. Without getting into details and so on, we have a lot of need, and that we need to address that need. And we need the proper people to do it. And Welk is a special education school. And we need to concentrate our efforts in getting Welk, our youngest learners, what they need. On a positive note, I want to congratulate everybody who was honored here tonight and everybody who has been honored thus far this year. Congratulations to all of those great grants that Dr. Cecil listed. That's amazing. We have a lot of good things going on here in the Warwick Public Schools. Too often, the negative things make the news. We hear about test scores and so on and so forth, RICAS, but Dr. Schultz last month, or the month before, reported about our iReady scores that the students take in grades K through 8, and how our iReady scores are increasing. You know, if we do like Stanley Kaplan for RICAS or Khan Academy for RICAS and show our kids how to sit down and take these tests, then I bet you our RICAS scores are going to be increasing too, along with the iReady. But we have great things going on here in Warwick, and a RICAS score is not the be-all and end-all of what we're doing. And I think the proof that we have so many teachers that Dr. Cecil just listed, all of these teachers and all of the grants they went out to get. And we have the innovative learning spaces and the outdoor learning spaces. Very exciting in this district. Very wonderful things are going on in this district. We do have outstanding teachers in this district, and outstanding TAs and custodians and clerks, and even some administrators. No, just kidding. No, we have some great administrators too. I think we're all working together very well to move the district forward for what's best for the kids, and that's what it comes down to, what is going to be best for the kids. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay. Future meetings, Achievement Subcommittee meeting is Monday, May 23rd at 2:30. Policy Subcommittee meeting, May 18th at 4 p.m. Warwick School Building Committee, May 3rd, 7:30 a.m. Monthly School Committee meeting, May 9th, 7 p.m. Health and Wellness Committee meeting, April 27th at 6 p.m. And there's a budget hearing tomorrow. And I need to thank Ms. Kaluri, who's not here. I need to thank Sean and Mr. Cousineau for moving all the audiovisual equipment here. I want to thank the superintendent for tolerating me being a pain to get the meeting live streamed. But there was a lot of work to get done. I need to thank Mr. Reed because the stage is being used for concert. So I just want to thank all those people who accommodated us at kind of the last minute. So there being no other business before this committee, looking for motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.